said it might be legal just to avoid the appearance of impropriety. Council has
Yeah.
So we'll have to come up with an alternate.
Wherever.
Okay.
And I can run it together.
Hi, Mickey.
All right, well, good evening. I think we'll start. Apple time says 7 p.m., so we'll start with the invocation from Professor Terry White from Grace College, who has his journalism class here tonight. Professor.
Thank you. Father in heaven, we thank you tonight for your goodness to us. We thank you for this town in which we live and for public servants who are willing to give their time and energy to work on issues that affect all of us. We ask for wisdom in the deliberations, and especially at this Thanksgiving time. We want to tell you how grateful we are to live in a representative democracy and have the freedoms that many other people around the world do not enjoy. We pray for our leadership at all levels, our president, our Congress, for our local leaders, and tonight's council. We pray that this will be a meeting when good things are done for our city and for our county, and we thank you for the privilege of participating in that. And we're grateful for all of this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
It's 6.
Again, welcome to Professor White and his journalism class. They're occupying the front row tonight.
Still
Get a good seat, don't miss anything, so thank you for coming.
I think 5.
Let's move into reports, oral and written communication.
Minutes.
Do the minutes first, please.
Probably could.
Probably should.
November 5th minutes.
I'll make a motion, we accept the minutes as submitted.
I'll second.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Now we'll move into the reports. Lynn,
Okay,
start with the fund report, October.
I didn't see anything disruptive, so I don't know if anyone has any questions on anything or not.
All right. And then the second report was the third quarter franchise fee from Comcast.
It's down about $1,000 from last year at the same time, so.
All right.
Okay, who switched?
Questions?
Who got the cord?
So do we think that's
did.
probably because
Yeah.
people are going to Dish and some of the other? Oh.
That can't be PF. It'd be a lot of things, but that's probably one of the things. They're cutting the cords.
Any other questions? All right, so we will move into unfinished business. I don't know if she changed it on your agendas, but the public hearing, the second reading on sewage rates and charges are technically under unfinished business, so we'll start with that. Again, this is ordinance 2018-1109. This is a public hearing for the sewage rates and charges of wastewater treatment. What we'll do tonight is I'll have Jeff make a presentation, Jeff Rauer, a financial consultant from Umbach. I've got a short presentation I will make, and we will toss it back to the council for their discussion. And when that is done, we'll open up the public hearing portion of the meeting. All those that wish to speak either on behalf of or against the petition will be invited to approach the podium, jot their name down if they've already have not signed in when they came in. Again, you're all willing and free to talk. I would ask that you keep your comments limited to the topic, and in the interest of allowing everyone else to speak tonight, try and keep your comments, again, as much as you want to say, but limited in the respect of allowing others to speak as well. So Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. So we have, as the Mayor mentioned, we have a short presentation that we wanted to share and share information with regard to the project and, more importantly, the rates and charges at hand this evening. So in terms of just a few points we want to hit on this evening, first of all, we want to do just a quick recap of the Phase 1 project that the city undertook late last year, which is leading up to the Phase 2 project, which we're considering for financing this year. Then I'm going to offer up an update in terms of the Phase 2 bond financing, and then finally end with the recommendation of the rates, which is up for consideration tonight within the rate ordinance. So most of you are probably aware Phase 1, which began December of 2017, involved a relining and replacing fairly large sections of the city's old collection system. That project was at a cost of $10.1 million, and it was financed through the state revolving fund loan program at a low subsidized interest rate at that time. In order to support that project and financing as well as operations, the city passed and adopted a Phase 1 rate increase that at that time was a 20% across the board rate increase. And based on the Phase 2 project cost estimates at that time, we were estimating that if we combined with both combined Phase 1 and Phase 2 project costs, that the total rate impact on across the board basis would be approximately 39%. So roughly half of the increase would be passed on as part of the Phase 1 project. And I'll just point out that, again, in terms of the rate for the residential customer, that 39% increase would result in a bill of $45.31 per month, again, estimated. So in combination with the 20% increase in rates, the city also underwent pretty significant changes to the existing rate structure. And we've listed those out. One of those first is the elimination of the monthly billing charge that was at $3.16. That was eliminated as part of the current rate ordinance. City also made a transition from a flat rate for domestic users to a metered rate that is based on actual water meter readings through Indiana American Water. So again, pretty significant change within the billing system. At the same time, the city wanted to recognize that during summer months, generally speaking, water usage is higher for most domestic users, and a lot of that has to do with sprinkling of lawns, filling swimming pools, those types of things. So the city felt it was important to establish a sprinkling credit during summer months so that those users that sprinkle during the summer do get some relief in recognition of not all the water usage goes into the sewer system. So again, the existing rate ordinance established that sprinkling credit. And finally, for those customers that are not on Indiana American Water System and are non-metered, they pay based upon a flat rate, which historically is based on 4,800 gallons per month. During our rate study, what we discovered based on actual flow data, that the average usage per residential household is something closer to 4,000 gallons. So again, the city wanted to recognize that and is looking to lower the flat rate for monthly flat rate users based on 4,000 gallons versus 4,800 gallons. So I think majority of these things are in recognition of, again, these are significant changes and important changes as part of the billing system in terms of what the customers pay. So that's just a quick recap of Phase 1. Moving forward to Phase 2 project, this is the estimate of what we understand to be the final cost of the Phase 2 project. The project has been bid. Based upon those bids, the treatment plant expansion construction costs are estimated at over $26.7 million, including a 10% contingency. We have non-construction costs associated with engineering, engineering design, post-design, and also bond issuance costs totaling just over $4.9 million. So all in all, the project is estimated at $31.7 million. The primary source of funding for the project, again, will be a subsidized loan through the State Revolving Fund Loan Program of $31,700,000. That loan will cover a 20-year period, so it has a 20-year term at an interest rate of 2.35%. Which is a very competitive rate. Just to compare, if the city was to go to the open market, which is a more traditional type financing mechanism, that interest rate would be something closer to 4% likely, or in that range. So pretty competitive financing package that the SRF is offering, which will help benefit, obviously, the customers of the city sewage work system. So based on that repayment, taking into account operations, capital needs, the repayment of the bonds, we've arrived at a estimated shortfall in revenues in order to continue operations. Total costs are estimated at $7,038,000. The estimated annual revenues, based on the ordinance that's currently in effect, would generate about $5.7 million of revenue, which leaves a balance of just over $1.3 million in additional revenue per year that would be needed to support operations. So if we're to look at adjusting rates just on what we call an across-the-board basis, which essentially means we would adjust all rates the same percentage, that would be roughly a 23% increase in rates. So we wanted to kind of compare and contrast a rate adjustment on an across-the-board basis, which I just mentioned, versus a different type of rate methodology, which is a cost of service. So what is a cost of service? Essentially what a cost of service does, it attempts to distribute costs associated with the utility in alignment or proportion with the service demands of different customer classes. So it's critical on a cost of service basis, it's critical to establishing rates and charges that are equitable. Just to give you a little flavor in terms of history, back in 2005, that was the last time the city went through a cost of service study. So at that time, we're really talking about a reestablishment or resetting of the entire rate structure. So it's a fairly in-depth type of study. That was done in 2005, and then in 2008, the city had a minor rate increase, which was on an across-the-board basis, and then in 2017, the city did the 20% across-the-board increase. So why would we consider, or why are we considering cost of service rates at this point in time? Well, there have been quite a few significant changes that have occurred, and I've mentioned quite a few of those already. But we've had a consolidation of the wastewater treatment plants. There were previously multiple wastewater treatment plants. There's been a consolidation into one single wastewater treatment plant. So that has changed operations significantly. We've also had, the city's experienced some customer growth, which in part is driving the need for an expansion and improved wastewater facility. What that means is we've had a shift in our customer base. So as the customers grow, that flow and usage changes. So we have changes amongst the customer classes in terms of service demands. As I mentioned earlier, the city is undergoing a $10 million collection system improvement. So there's debt outstanding associated with that. And as we've just looked at with regard to the Phase 2 wastewater treatment plant, the city is facing the $31 million or $30 million wastewater treatment plant improvement project. The other changes that I've already mentioned are the conversion from a flat rate for domestic users to a metered flow rate. And then finally, the elimination of the administrative charge. So all these things together are significant changes in the city's operations and also how those operations impact billing and rates and charges. So from a sort of a 30,000-foot view, what is the process that we go through in establishing cost of service rates? The first step really is cost allocation. So we essentially have three buckets, if you will, of categories of costs. We have the operation and maintenance costs, which are those day-to-day costs to collect and treat the sewage within the system. The second are the capital replacement costs, which are those depreciable type assets that are purchased on an ongoing basis. And then thirdly, debt service associated costs. So these would be costs associated with tax exempt bond financings, the SRF loans, debt service reserve accounts, all those things that are associated with debt service. Once we've identified those costs, then we allocate those to the various functions. And in short, those functions are to treat the sewage, collect the sewage, and also there are some administrative costs associated with providing the service. So we allocate those three costs to those various functions. Then the next step or final step would be to take those costs within those various functions of treatment and collection and administrative, and then calculate a flow charge and a base charge. The flow charge essentially is the charge that customers pay based upon their volume or their use. And how we arrive at that is simply to take the amount of treatment costs, we divide that by the billed flow to arrive at a volume rate or flow rate. The base charge, which is the flat monthly fee that customers pay each month, represents those costs associated with conveying the sewage through the collection system onto the wastewater treatment plant. So the way we calculate the base charge would be to take those collection system costs and divide them by the equivalent users of the system or equivalent bills to come up with a base charge. And then that base charge, what each customer pays is based upon the meter size associated with that particular connection. This is kind of small for a lot of you maybe to read it, but this is then the result of the cost of service rates. And you'll see up at the top the collection system or flat rate, and you can see what those charges are based on the various meter sizes. And you'll notice that as the meter size increases, so does the charge because of the simple fact that if you have a larger meter, you have the ability to produce more sewage through that particular meter. So the collection system charge is really tied to the amount of capacity that's being allocated to that specific user. So that would be the flat base rate, and then added to that would be the volume rate, and the volume rate would be based on the actual usage as recorded by the water meter. And that would be at a rate of $5.80 per 1,000 gallons. So that 580 would be applied to whatever the usage is, multiplied by that usage, and then added to the flat collection system charge. So this is a schedule that compares three things. The first column are the rates that had been in place since 2008, and that represents the rates that customers were paying until the time that the city started the current project, so the Phase 1 and the Phase 2 projects. So you can see the change in the flat rates, the domestic users, and then the flow charge, and then the base charges, as well as the changes in the wholesale treatment rates to the town of Winona Lake and the town of Leesburg. So based on those proposed charges, what is the estimated impact, or what does that mean to the pocketbooks of the customers that pay? So what we did is we did a comparison of what the proposed rate, the bill would be under the proposed rates that's being considered this evening. We've compared that to the Phase 1 rates that are currently in effect, and then more importantly, to the rates that were in effect starting with 2008. So if you are a domestic user that uses roughly the average, which is based on 4,000 gallons, the rates that you were paying before these projects began, you were paying $32.60 a month. And under the proposed rate, after the Phase 2 rates go into effect, that same customer would pay $41.15, which is an $8.55 increase. Out to the right, you'll notice we did, for informational purposes, just share what the statewide average is based on our studies of other communities throughout the state. The average currently for, again, just sewer usage is $41.24. So under the proposed rate, the city, based upon a residential domestic user, would be just under average or right about average. Duplex would represent roughly the same percentage increase, 26%. That's assuming 2 EDUs, assuming they use roughly the average of 4,000 gallons per unit. The apartment complex, what we did is we used an example of a current apartment complex which has 145 EDUs. One thing I wanted to point out is that the last presentation, the numbers that we were basing the example on showed an average gallon per unit of roughly $1,900. So we went back and we reviewed our information and where we got the information, and what we had discovered was that for this particular customer, they operate under 2 different entity names within the system. So what we were doing is we were only picking up one billing customer, one billing entity instead of both. So when we actually take into account both, the average usage comes out to about 3,000 gallons per unit. So that's what we used as an average. Again, this is just an example. So under the old rates, that customer paid $4,727. Under the proposed rates, that customer would pay or see an increase of roughly $424, which is about a 9% increase. In terms of non-domestic users, also wanted to share some examples there. If you are a one-inch meter, again, just assuming that you use an average of 11,000 gallons per month, that type of user would see an increase of $36.57, which is about a 51% increase. One thing I wanted to point out, and this was brought up at the last meeting, and I think it was a good point, was every customer pays based upon the meter size. So as your meter size goes up, so does the base charge. So if you're a say, small business or a customer, a non-domestic customer that has a, for example, a 1-inch meter, but you have similar flow to that of, say, a 5/8-inch household user. One thing that you could consider doing is looking to request from Indiana American Water that they swap out your 1-inch meter for a smaller meter, if in fact you don't need a 1-inch meter, and that would help save you on a monthly bill basis. So if you were to do that within this example, instead of an increase of $36.57, if you actually had a 5/8-inch meter, your increase would be $9.64, which is a 13% increase. So I think that's worth pointing out. We have another, again, just another example. If you're a 2-inch meter, non-domestic user using 89,000 gallons, your increase would be roughly $200, around 42%. Again, much of that is being driven by the base charge. And then just a few more to share. The city's largest customer, which is a combined Zimmer Biomet bill. We've added up, they have multiple meters. We added up all those together and averaged those out. Under the prior rates, they would pay a little over $58,000. Under the proposed rates, they'd pay closer to $73,000, which would be about a 21% increase in the monthly bill. And then finally, there are 2 wholesale rate customers, the first being Town of Winona Lake, and the second, the Town of Leesburg. And they bill, or they are billed based upon the portions of the system that they actually utilize. So they participate in the treatment-related costs, since the city does treat their sewage that's disposed. And then they also pay for a portion of the collection system, the city's collection system that they utilize, in addition to their own collection system. So for both of those wholesale customers, the estimated increase is approximately 12%. So, with that.
Jeff, could you clarify, you mentioned if there was an across-the-board increase, it would be a 23% across-the-board increase. But would you clarify that that would be in addition to the 20% increase from last year? So the total actually went from projected 39% increase to a projected 43% increase if we did an across-the-board basis versus what we're seeing here.
Right, that's correct. So that would be, the 23% would be on top of the existing 20% that was already enacted or adopted. Having said that, the existing customer base, or based on the 20%, really the initial 20% really wasn't a 20% increase because of the elimination of the billing charge. So at the end of the day, it would be a 43%, but depending on what type of customer you are and what you paid, how many of those billing charges you paid, it may come out to a 43 or it may not come out to a 43%. But to be clear, the 23% would be on top of the original 20% that was enacted.
Questions from the council?
I'd like to say that I think it's worth noting, you didn't touch on this, but not only are we going to be increasing the future capacity of this new plant, but we're also changing over from an antiquated system called aerobic that takes a lot of electricity to run it every day, to an anaerobic system, which, Brian, you might be able to help me here. It's not going to take electricity to run it every day. It's a system that doesn't take any power.
It takes power, it's more efficient.
Okay.
Much more efficient. And it gives us the ability, and ultimately, so it still is using electricity, not as much. We're not reliant as much on these high horsepower blowers producing oxygen into the system. We still will put some in, not as much. we'll still have motors to mix and so forth, but we won't be using as much electricity to treat more volume. It also, on that same footprint, allows us an ultimate build-out instead of 9 million to treat 12 million on that same footprint. So we're gaining efficiency and we're gaining ultimate capacity long-term with what we are doing.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation.
Brian, while you're there, I had a question, and it's an ignorant question, you'll have to pardon me. The capacity that Winona paid and Leesburg paid for in the two, at least one of the mobile home parks, where does that go?
That went into our general fund for wastewater, correct? I mean, then,
I'm assuming, yes.
and that went to our money that we could spend. That's where Leesburg, I know, went, but I was not around in Winona Lake.
Okay. I think what made me develop that question is that we're only putting $1,000 down, and so you had close to $2 million, almost $2 million come in.
A lot of money up front on the engineering and the studies and to get to this point. So, I mean, we have been spending our reserves all along, and Jeff can speak a little bit about
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's a good point. I should have clarified that. The $1,000 that you see on the screen, or on the project cost and funding, that's just, there's a $1,000 fee that the SRF charges to all applicants or borrowers.
Okay.
And they don't allow you to roll that into the loan, so you have to show that.
Thank you.
As Brian pointed out, the city has been spending some of its own cash reserves up front to pay for some of the professional engineering type fees as part of the project.
Thanks.
Tonight, what I wanted to do was just do a little bit more of a macro look at what the city, what the council is trying to do. And I thought we would just take, again, more of a macro look at what has been going on for the last couple of years. So why is the council asking for a wastewater utility increase? Quite frankly, I got an email from an individual the other day that didn't understand why we were doing this. So we'll just, again, start with the basic questions, or the basic answers for that. Again, and as Jeff mentioned, we're basically supporting a $31 million, I'm going to call it mandatory expansion project because we're out of room at the wastewater treatment plant. And that's actually the loan and the rate increase that we're considering tonight, in addition to last year's $10 million improvements to our aging collection system. So that is the primary reason that we need to increase our rates. The second reason is that we need to update our rates from our last increase, which is in 2008. And I'll discuss that in a minute. So with regards to supporting the $31 million expansion and the improvements on our aging collection system, again, the increase will support payments to fund the state revolving fund loans of $10 million and $31 million respectively. Last year's phase one was the $10 million, and this year is obviously the 31. So these extra funds will be used to fund those projects. So we've also looked at the reason we went with SRF. I've given accolades to our financial consultants and our engineer and our wastewater department to look down to a subsidized loan from the state. These SRF loans are expected to save our ratepayers $3 million on the $10 million note in interest, and conservatively about $5 million over the life of the loan on the $31 million. So last year, IFA projected about a $3.5 million savings. That loan was a 30-year loan. So the interest we saved was, again, about $3.5 million last year. This year, we just did some preliminary calculations. I think we mentioned, it's in the cost of service study, that the interest rate is 2.35%, which last week we sold the bond for the airport industrial park. Jeremy, I think it was what, 3.8%? So just looking at the difference in that interest rate, amortizing it over 20 years. The difference between those two rates actually came out to about a $5.5 million savings over a 20-year period. So again, just conservatively, we're looking at about an $8 million savings by going to the SRF. And again, those are really critical when it comes to trying to keep this rate increase down. So the second part of why we're looking at an increase is obviously we haven't had an increase since 2008. So since the last utility increase 10 years ago, current wastewater utility rates have not been changed or adjusted for a 17% CPI increase. That's again over 10 years, 17%. And these are all Federal Reserve, on the Federal Reserve website. If you go to St. Louis Federal Reserve website, you can get the information. It's Bureau of Labor Statistics. It essentially just talks about CPI. You can look at a year, 5 years, 10 years, however you want to do it. And then I just plug back 10 years because that was our last increase. There's their information. Again, it shows consumer price index for all urban consumers, all items. Second thing I looked at is CPI, and I actually didn't realize they had this, but CPI collects data, or the Federal Reserve looks at data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics for water, sewer, and trash collection services. And in the last 10 years, the index to provide those services, and this is a national number, I'm not saying it's local, but it just shows that, you're looking at 54% index increase since 2008 to provide those three services. And again, there's an example. It's marked, again, Freddie Mac from St. Louis, Consumer Price Index for all urban customers, water and sewer and trash collection services. So, essentially, the council tonight is asking to be allowed to increase our utility fees to be adjusted for the first time since 2008 to keep our utilities sustainable against inflation, regulatory costs, and expansion costs. And obviously, the other thing I didn't put in here was aging infrastructure. So we're really behind the 8 ball with the age of our infrastructure and the fact that we're out of space. And it's important that we keep up at least with inflation over the last 10 years. So those are the two primary reasons for this rate increase. So again, as Jeff mentioned earlier, as presented a few minutes ago, even with the increase, the average residential utility customer will still be under the state average of Hoosier communities. So one other thing I just wanted to share, and I found this as well, the CPI to rent primary residence has increased 31% since 2008. So those that are in the business understand how important, again, this CPI increase for what they do, and I feel pretty confident that with that CPI going up 31% in the last 10 years, there have been increases as far as in rents. I think it's pretty much in black and white there. So again, we're just asking to take that flat line that we've had to utilize the last 10 years as far as an increase and try and keep up with that 54%. So, questions from council? All right. So again, you've heard two presentations, one a more updated presentation on cost of service study and the proposed rate increases, and then again, a little bit more macro view of why we're doing what we're doing. So before I open this up to the public hearing, I'd like to find out if any council members have any more questions, myself, of each other, of our consultants. So Brian?
Brian, I forget that the 10 million that was used for infrastructure, if I remember right, was that 20% of total infrastructure, we had failing infrastructure? I can't quite
Seemed
remember.
like it was maybe right in that 20% range. I don't have that with me. It was like 73,000 lineal feet.
Mhm.
And we have 75, 80 miles of sanitary sewer in the ground.
That was the shock for me 2 years ago, is how little that 10 million was covering on the failing infrastructure and what we're looking at in the future.
And
Am
that
I
was-
saying that right?
Yes, that was all just failed. That's not stuff
Right.
that's in bad shape. That was failed infrastructure that we're working on currently.
Right.
One thing I'd like to update, if I may, also, we're talking a little bit about expansion and capacities, and in 15, we were at 87%, 16, we were at 85%, in 17, we were at 102% capacity, and to date this year, we're at 101% capacity. So we are at capacity. We get a dry year, we may drop back down, but it continues to be like it's been the last couple of years. We're actually over 100%. So I just wanted to add that to your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
I do think we were able to bump it up to about 90,000 feet because our bids came in low on
Yeah.
collection system improvements and repairs. So we do as much as we can with that $10 million.
I jotted down a few thoughts I'd like to share, and I apologize for reading. I know that's not the best public presentation, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't miss anything this evening. To my fellow council members, I, like all of you, have been listening and thinking about this matter for over a year. It's important to note that as a council, we requested a new study to determine what the actual costs were to provide for conveyance and treatment of sewage, and we've had a summation of that study tonight. The study was based on a year's worth of data, which again we requested, rather than using a guess based on historical fees. This study revealed that some types and sizes of pipes, as well as some types of users, cost more as a percentage of the whole than they have been billed in the past, and some cost less. We also found that in order to build homes without water service, our best estimation was to base it on the average use of homes with water meters. 3 main groupings of consumers have expressed concerns to me over the last year, and you as a council may have heard from other people. One is small business owners who were not previously paying a fair market share of the cost to treat their sewage, and therefore they are seeing a larger rise in their cost than users whose costs were closer to what they have been paying. A second group I've heard from is fixed rate users who do not currently have a way of having their actual use measured. Some of these consumers are quite happy because they have friends and neighbors with the same size families who are paying much more based on flow. Some realize that they are helping subsidize those users because families of similar size who are metered are paying less. All who have contacted me have expressed that they feel they are being billed in the fairest way possible. They also note that they have the cost of maintaining wells that water utility customers do not have. There has been a request by one council member to look at installation of meters for all, which is being done in a nearby city with 3 times our tax base. This may be something for us to explore in the future, but it will come at a cost to the homeowners and to all who use our system. It is unknown whether that initial cost to install meters and the ongoing cost to monitor and maintain them would be effective for a community our size. It also places an additional cost on families already maintaining their well systems. I do not feel, therefore, that it is something we should use to delay implementation of the proposed rate schedule, but I do think it's something that we should look into. The third group that I have heard from are apartment or rental housing owners. We have a wide gamut of users in this category. I've heard that some feel the individual homes within these structures should not have the same charges to build and maintain our system as someone who lives in a single-family home. I personally find that perplexing. The owners who have installed meters on each apartment or dwelling know exactly how much that unit uses, and they can build accordingly. Then we have apartments who are on wells, and they have the same fixed charge as a single-family dwelling on a well. Those who have not installed individual meters seem to have the most difficulty and have more of a burden in determining a fair and equitable manner of billing. Very similar to what we faced when we were trying to determine what we do with the fixed rate user. I personally am wrestling with why the family choosing to live in an apartment should not pay the same cost as the families choosing to live in a single-family home. To me, the cost to the business owner is a separate issue and is a business matter rather than something to be considered as we considered what a family creating sewage in the city of Warsaw should be paying. If the business owners have not been properly charging for the service use in the past, this is again a cost of doing business issue, and other families living in single-family homes should not be burdened to pay for families in apartments. Apartment owners who have gone to the expense to install individual meters should not have to pay for those apartment owners who have not done so. Again, these are just my own conclusions after listening, studying, and thinking, and I'm looking forward to hearing what people have to share with us tonight. I believe right now that we've created the most equitable way of billing that we can with the data that we have at the current time. I also believe that this complex matter deserves ongoing monitoring, not once every 10 years, and we need to review it to keep it in line with cost variables that are going to arise in the future. So I'm coming to this public hearing for all of you with an open mind. I want to hear what you have to say, but I kind of wanted to let you know just where I am right now with the people in my district that have contacted me, the users across the city that have contacted me, what I've heard, what I've studied, so that you have an idea of where I'm coming from, and I look forward to hearing your comments this evening.
All right, thank you. What else? Jared?
I guess I have to agree with most everything Diane said. But I know a few of you folks get the Thaddeus, which is put out by the Historical Society. And so looking through that, I got mine today. 125 years ago, they were commenting on our sewers. How about how they, and I got copies of just that for everybody that go around. Just that one.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, there's probably two of them there. But anyway, they talk about the sewer system that started in 1888. And some of those are still the original pipes. So anyway, it's important that we do that lining, which we are in the process right now. And of course, it's also important that we expand our system to handle all the sewage we've got. You say we're 101% right now? We could get shut down most any time. If the state starts hollering, that means no more industry comes into this town. No more homes are built. Do we want to see that? I don't think so. That's about all I have to say.
Jerry, thanks for that historic perspective. I think we mentioned last year when we were trying to ascertain the age of our collection system, especially in the downtown area, we actually found a pre-1900 blueprint. It was very accurate and very current, believe it or not. So, thank you.
Diane, what businesses are you referencing that weren't billed correctly?
Not that they weren't billed correctly, but that some of the smaller businesses, when we did the cost of service study, were not paying as much as it costs to deliver the service to them.
Okay.
And just kind of piggybacking on what Diane and Jerry have said, I've had contact with a lot of different people too over the past year, probably most frequently with some of our landlords, managers of some of the apartment complexes. I have been impressed. I know a lot of people feel that, of course, they're in business to make money, but I've been very impressed with what their concerns have been about trying to keep and maintain affordable housing for folks in our community. And I know that's on their minds as they look at the sewer increase and everything. And, you know, I think some of Diane's points are very well taken. But I am concerned, and I would like to have a continuing discussion is there a way we can help accommodate or better change things up so that we can provide affordable housing? I know I'm a small business owner, so I will have one of the larger increases. But if that helps defray the cost for someone who is struggling to make ends meet on their sewage rates or whatever, I am more than happy to do that.
Cindy, do you know what size meter, water meter you have?
Yes, I do. I have a 1-inch.
1 inch in that building.
It's my understanding that it's not as simple as dropping a new meter in. I've talked to several people, and you have to add different size lines also, so it might not be as easy as just dropping a meter in. And I thank you, Diane. Some of your points, I believe, are well taken, too. I still personally remain very perplexed about laying this extra stress on small businesses. Some of these small businesses are barely existing. An example would be that Sub Hub that went out of business. He existed for a year. And adding more expense to him is just, it's weight. You know, a pet peeve of mine, and you all know this, is that $1 million that we take out of the sewer department and spend it on non-sewer things. If we weren't doing that, we wouldn't be having to have this kind of raise.
You might want to explain that, Ron.
Sure, we tax utilities about $450,000-$60,000 a year. We take $600,000 out for salaries, for you, for the council, for Glenn. And that's just a pet peeve of mine. I just don't think that's for the sewer money that we're asking people to pay to flush their toilets should go.
So both of those are best practices, payment in lieu of taxes, and I can have Jeff.
No, I didn't say it's not illegal. It's just, I said it was a pet peeve of
I didn't say
mine.
it's illegal, Ron. I said it's provided for statutorily. And when it comes to utilizing funds from the general fund to subsidize the salaries of folks that are also giving of their time to keep the utility. The whole idea here is that you're going to spread the cost out to the rate users, the full true cost of the utility, and not spread it to just the citizens in the city. Essentially, you'd be creating a tax increase, which typically, Ron, you don't talk about things like that.
Actually, it's subverting the tax caps, I believe. It gives the city $1 million more a year to spend. That's, in my opinion of it.
But if you reduce the tax rate, if you reduce the utility rate, you're then subsidizing, or you have to take those funds from somewhere, and they come out of the general fund.
Well, a novel idea is slow the spending down. Yeah, that's a novel idea, I know.
And what's your suggestion on that?
I don't have any specifics right now.
Well, I'd
If
like
I knew
to
we were
hear
going
your
to, if we
specifics.
were going to discuss it.
We just talked about the increase, the cost of living increases, the consumer price index is rising. We're just trying to keep up with it, and we haven't been keeping up with it.
And we're mixing things, it's getting muddy. All I said was my pet peeve that we're doing this. And in my opinion, that would solve some of the rate problems, to slow down on spending and not lay on some of these costs on the sewer department. If you want to discuss it, I'll be glad to prepare for it.
Well, I don't think that it would necessarily solve the rate problem. It would drop the rate, but it would increase your taxes.
Yeah.
And those funds you would be taxing citizens rather than taxing utility users. There's utility users outside of the city. So that's why, and that, again, that's a best practice. It's provided for on 15, 14, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
So like I said, it's just a pet peeve of mine. We have a difference of opinion, and it's just opinion.
I think maybe it might be interesting to have Brian address, because it's been a little while, it's been almost a year now, that you explained to us why we want to increase the sewage plant to what we're planning. You just alluded to it briefly here, the ability to move up to meet current need and what our projected expansion is right now, and then the ability to move forward into the future without a huge cost. And you explained to us why we would do the amount we did right now.
Don, just before he starts, I just wanted to make a correction. I referenced the wrong Indiana code. The Indiana code that allows for a percentage of salaries to be supported by utility users is 36,474. Thank you.
Did I make my question clear enough that you can answer it, or?
Well, I think so. If I'm going down the wrong path, please stop me. and
Okay.
tell me. So back when we started looking at this, we were looking at staying aerobic or anaerobic, the
Right,
advantages and disadvantages to both of those. And as we grow, aerobic becomes more and more expensive because you have to put everything under air. So right now, we're running a 200 horse blower plus about 300 horsepower worth of mixing and blowers and our aeration. So we're running a lot of horsepower. Like I said, our electric bill is $25,000 to $30,000 a month typically. And when you look at ultimate build out, it's 9 million aerobic and 12 million anaerobic. So we made the decision to go anaerobic. It's a more cost up front for this time, but if you don't do it this time, you can't do it in the future, or it becomes a lot more difficult to do it in the future. So the decision was made for the long-term benefit of Warsaw to go to the anaerobic route. And then as the plant's laid out, we were looking at either a 50 or 100% capacity increase. Currently, I'm going to say 4, technically it's 3.9. We're going to be a 6 million gallon a day plant after this expansion. We debated whether we should go on to an 8 million gallon. It would have been 9 million gallon anaerobic. And how the plants is laid out, that's just the increments we have to increase in. But when we did the study, we looked at it, we considered even potential for outside, this Chapman sewer system that is
the
under
Conservancy.
debate. If they were to choose to come, we looked at all these options that might come to Warsaw if they were interested, plus growth in Warsaw, and felt this would get us at least to that 20-year mark where this loan is paid off.
Because what I remember is we had the chance to go much bigger, and we scaled it down to meet what we thought was going to happen in the next 20 years.
Right, I don't remember, like, if we would have gone to the next step, it was another $10 or $15 million more. And just with the study, we felt this would get us to that 20-year mark, and so why put that burden on the current rate base?
Okay.
Those
what
were
I-
engineering questions that we worked hard on. And the next
Yes.
step would have been 9 million gallons a day.
Right,
And with the city engineer, with our consultants, with Brian, with his department, and again, trying to project, even the plan department came and looked at the growth that we've been experiencing. Did it make sense to spend the extra money and go to 9 million gallons a day? And in the end of the day, it didn't.
But if you remember, it's planned for 12. It's
Right.
already, this is where we're gonna put the equipment,
I remember all
it's
the little
being,
circles.
right, it's being designed for 12, but we're only gonna build it for 6 today.
Right.
so we'll have the design in place, but we're only going to what we think we need right now.
For the next 20 years.
Okay, and that's because we don't want to
If we
have
come
to
up
keep-
short, we grew faster than we thought we would.
Yeah, right, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think it's wise to go to the system you're doing. Yeah, I think that's wisdom.
Oh, it's definitely,
Yeah.
it's another advantage that I failed to mention earlier, we're going to be producing a methane gas. So we'll actually be able to produce a small portion of our own electricity with that, with a cogen generator. So we'll be able to produce heat and electricity off of that gas. So it's another side benefit, and hopefully we can develop that further.
Won't you be able to sell some of the byproduct?
We won't sell anything.
Okay.
We won't even produce enough to cover
Oh.
ours. We'll just reduce our overall consumption.
I think you're thinking though about if we do start to treat oil that, like cooking oil things. that-
Yeah, there's some things you can
Possibility there.
begin to bring into that system that will really bump up your gas production. Until we can become more energy efficient, we still probably won't produce 100% of our electricity. That's a pretty big feat in wastewater.
Another consideration with regards to capacity is, as you may remember, probably about 3 years ago, we did a study to try and pinpoint inflow and infiltration.
Yes,
And we thought we would hopefully find a couple gaps in our system that were allowing a lot of water, and we didn't. We found it was just a systemic issue, and the only way to really try and improve that inflow and infiltration, which is basically treating clear water, which is part of our capacity issue, was to start, and that was part of the strategy of doing that, as many feet of pipe relining and improvement that we can to try and reduce that infiltration. And we did take that into account, again, looking ahead at whether we go to 6 million, a little over 6 million gallons a day capacity or up to the 9. And we felt that the I&I improvements that we would gain from the collection system improvements would certainly mitigate some of that, and the 6 million gallons a day was more than adequate.
Thank you, Brian.
Anything else?
Does anybody else on council want to make any comments?
All right, so we're at a point now where we will open the public hearing portion of the meeting. Again, I've asked you to approach podium, state your name. I will first ask if there is anyone wishing to speak on behalf of the increase or in favor of the increase.
I'm going to speak in favor of the increase. I have some questions. Kyle Babcock, Warsaw City resident. I'm here to speak in favor of the increase. For the simple fact is it looks to me like this has to get done. I mean, it's clear and simple. There's no other way to slice the bread. It has to get done. And obviously, Brian, you've done a great job research on this about capacity, and I don't think you could ask for anything more than what you've got there. My question is on the rate increase. Something has to happen because obviously the aging infrastructure, we've debated this for a year, but now you've got a cost of service study. So I was kind of conflicted speaking for it or against it because I'm for the rate increase because I think it needs to be done because as you've pointed out, Joe, I voted for the last rate increase. Sat right next to you and I voted for it. So it's something that has to be done. So you've got a cost of service study right now that was before tonight, it had problems because it sounds like there was some inaccurate information in there about an apartment complex. Jeff, I've heard you mention many times the cost of service study. You use this cost of service study, and this cost of service study will probably be used for the next 10 years because I've heard the council talk about this. So if you have flawed data in on one thing, maybe it got corrected tonight or corrected today, or Jeff, maybe you corrected it wherever you are. Once you have the accurate information from the city, is my understanding. Is there other wrong information in there? Is it flawed data in, flawed data out? Okay, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. We're looking at a rate increase of 51% for small business. I say slow down the process. Randy, you've already got the bond approved. The bond's approved. I mean, the bond's moving forward. Mike Klonderis, I watched on tape the last meeting. You were talking to Lynn about, well, do we have to put this rate increase in February? Would March be easier for you? I look at it like this. The last rate increase had community meetings. You had 5 community meetings all through the city for city residents. Small business members are going to they're basically going to have a 51% rate increase. One of the reasons why I filed the complaint with the state about releasing the request was, in the cost of service study, was to give businesses and people enough time. It's been 3 weeks and 3 days since the cost of service study has been fully released the way it's going to be. There's already been one mistake in it. Are there other mistakes? I go back to a year ago when we were talking about the fire station. And I stood up here and advocated, not just for one fire station, for 2 fire stations. Because there was a big hurry to get the first fire station done. The new fire station opened. I read in the paper by Mr. Spalding or Sloan, don't recall who it was. And it said, well, we're going to have another fire station down the road soon. So, as I said, why not build 2 fire stations? So I go back to the simple point. What's the hurry? You got the bond done. I say you have to have a rate increase, but bring business people in this community that may not live here. They may not read the Times Union. They may not read the Ink Free News. They may not read social media. 51% rate increase for small businesses is a lot a big burden to put on them. We'll put it that way. So I say slow down the process. You've already got the bond. You've had Mike already talk about that. I mean, you know, there doesn't seem to be a hurry on this now. Get the correct data. Find out if the data's correct. Because my understanding is the data did change from last week to this week. So I'm all for the rate increase. Slow down. Have community meetings. Pack this room with business owners. Explain what you want to do. If it's great, and it sounds to me like it is great, if it's great, they'll buy in. They'll be the biggest cheerleaders for this because they are members of this community. Just like I'm a voting member of this community. I live in the community. I live here. So I say, slow down, bring it back, study it. You can get it done in the next month, have 3 or 4 community meetings for business owners, and move on. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Just to address the concern about the accuracy of the study, our feeling is that the numbers are accurate. The numbers have not changed from the last meeting to this meeting. The correction that I pointed out during my presentation simply had to do with the sample bill of a apartment complex. And within that sample bill, we did not utilize all of the, I'm going to say, this particular apartment complex had it was under 2 entity names, okay? And so the city combines those 2 entity names into one for purposes of billing. We only picked up one side of that for purposes of that sample bill. But that sample bill does not change the study. It does not change the numbers. It does not change the rate impact. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
So, bottom line, the data that was used was correct.
Correct.
The example that was used in the study was incorrect.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yes. In terms of timing, the bond ordinance has been adopted, as was pointed out, but the time constraint is that in order to obtain the funds through SRF, the city is obligated to close before the end of the year, by December 31st. Let me correct myself. It's actually December 15th. That's the last closing date that SRF will allow. So I just wanted to emphasize the importance of moving the process forward, that in order to obtain that 2.35% interest rate, it is important to keep things moving forward. And to go along with that, the SRF does require the city to adopt rates and charges that support that financing before you're able to close.
So bottom line is, you can't borrow money if you can't prove how you're going to pay for it, so we have to show the rate increase in order to get the loan.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
And Jeff, I have a question too, related to the samples. Whether it's residential, non-residential, you're basing the samples you gave us and then big picture, you're basing it on historical data, but you can't predict how much water I'm going to run through my house 6 months from now. You can't predict what a business is going to do as well. We're making the best prediction that we can based on historical data. And so when you tell me across the board increase of 40% and the rate's going to be 45, that may mean a resident in my district, my dad, is going to pay less than $30 a month, one person in that home. In a situation that I have at my home, I might be paying 80 to 100 because of flow. Am I talking correctly, or what's your reaction to what I've just said?
Well, it's relative. So if you're a metered customer, if your usage patterns change, then you may not, let's say your usage patterns go down. And since you're billed based on actual usage, you can take less showers, perhaps. But so you may not see that full percent increase if your usage pattern goes down, versus the example you gave about your dad who's on a flat rate. I mean, that is the rate that would be in effect. So they would actually see that 26% increase in the flat rate.
Well, he actually based on flow, and that was the surprise to him, how much his bill went down.
Oh,
and I had other residents as well. The surprise for me was finally, after all these years, my bill I'm paying for the flow that I'm using, which I never did before. And I was thinking the samples, you're making predictions, but again, you can't, 145 units in an apartment complex or 6 units in an apartment complex, whether there's one person in there, 4 person per unit, or maybe it's been empty for 6 months, that's going to have an impact on flow, would be my layman's guess.
It would.
Yeah.
It would. And again, we're basing it on actual flow numbers,
Right.
but to your point, we can't necessarily predict usage patterns. What we can say is that, what I can safely say, I think, that for residential users, on the whole, their patterns are predictive.
I agree.
They may conserve for a little while, but what you find after a year or two, we all end up using the same usage as we always have. Where you see the larger variances is with commercial and industrial customers, and that's what can really change your system and your operations as you have your industrial or commercial growth that comes in. That's what can really change things. With that, I just want to make one more point real quick with respect to the 51%. This is just an example of a commercial user. If they have a 1-inch meter, assuming they use 11,000 gallons, that's an increase of $36. If you break that down into a per day increase, that's $1.22. So I know percentages, sometimes those can be misleading, but I just wanted to look at it from a dollar perspective, what that really means to the ratepayer.
So Jeff, and I just want to make another comment with regards to the public meetings and so forth. You know, we had public meetings last year. We've had meetings on top of meetings on top of meetings. And I know last year when we talked about a rate increase, because it was based on a fixed, flat, across-the-board increase, the businesses were facing, I believe, a similar increase to the residents, which was up around 39–40%. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
If they continue to use the same
Right.
usage, right?
They didn't switch. They were already using the flow.
Flow was already
So, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Anyone else wishing to speak on behalf of or in support of the petition of the rate increase? Well, nobody likes rate increases, but if you,
Joe, why don't you just have questions?
that'd be fine if you want to come up to the. Typically, we ask for those in favor first, and then we go to those against, and then we go back and forth, but you're welcome to.
I may have 5 questions, actually.
That'd be great.
I'm Dwayne Huffer. I live on Main Street, and I don't understand in regard to a 1-inch meter versus the 5/8 meter. If the flow is 4,000 gallons a month, for an example, why should somebody with a 1-inch meter pay more than the 5-inch meter if the flow is the same? Secondly, the next question is, do they have sewer meters? We have water meters, we have gas meters. So what does the sewer meter cost? Shouldn't people have that so that the people on Indiana Water don't have to support the people unfairly? And third,
Zing.
I thought it was the other way around.
in reading the paper, I noticed that 2 of my beloved friends voted against this, and I don't understand that, because it appears to me we have a problem in our community that needs to be resolved, and it appears to me what has been proposed takes care of that problem at a reasonable expense to all. And so I really would like their response, why they are against it. Thank you.
Dwayne, as far as the meters go, I know that it's been suggested, it doesn't really impact what we're doing now, but there are sewage meters that are available. I think Brian looked into, he called Goshen to get the accurate information on that. There are costs associated with that. They do have fees associated with that. I talked to their superintendent, and they replace their sewage meters, I think, about every 5 years. So they just constantly rotate. So there is a cost to that. Right. There's a cost to that. Brian?
In terms of the 5/8 meter, 1-inch meter, so basically a one inch meter can potentially flow that much more than the 5/8 meter, which is like 2.5 times the volume, is that correct? So we have to maintain a collection system large enough to handle that increased flow. Whether they put it out or not, we have to have that available to them. We have to have the capacity to handle 2.5 times the flow of that 5/8 meter. So that's why you have a higher base charge, is to maintain that collection system.
But the thing is, it's on flow. And if I have more flow, you'll charge me more.
We're only, okay, we're charging you more on the base charge, which is to maintain the collection system. But we are still charging the same dollar amount for that flow, for treatment. So we're
I'm paying
charging.
more if I have a
Huh?
1-inch meter.
No,
I'm not paying more for the 1-inch meter.
not per 1,000 gallons, you're paying the same.
So when am I paying more for the 1-inch meter?
For the potential of, at the base charge, I don't have it.
It's 44.88, so you'd pay double. You'd pay double for the larger meter.
You pay double because you can put twice the water out through that meter. Not that you will, but I have to have the reserve in case you decide to. Same way the electric company, they have to have the power for if everybody in Warsaw turns the air conditioner on to meet that demand. I have to have the capacity to meet that demand if everybody runs their meters wide open.
So do I pay
That's a
more for every
utility.
type of a meter?
You pay more as the meter gets bigger.
But Brian, related,
On the base charge, but the flow charge remains the same per 1,000 gallons, no matter what size meter you have.
Brian, related to 2 weeks ago, and also Jeff, your comments, wouldn't it be in a business's best interest, or anybody's best interest that currently has a meter larger than 5/8 or 1 inch, to talk to the water company and see if in fact, remember the old way, a different story. Now what we're looking at with rates and the changes, is it in their best interest? I think there was some discussion there to check, do I have the right size meter on my property? Would you comment on that?
It's the other end of the pipe, so I'm not an expert. But I don't know in terms of what Ron said, if it's as simple as switching out a meter, if you have to change the size of the lines running to it and from it. So you'd have to compare those costs with your savings long-term.
Yeah.
Over a period of time, I'm sure it'd be worth it. I did look into Goshen's, and I left my paper over there, but it's roughly $310 for the meter horn, and the outside reader. But Goshen has their own water company, so you buy it all from Goshen, and then they read it with their other meters. So I'm sure we'd have to purchase those from Indiana American. I don't know what they would charge, and then I'm sure we'd have to pay them to read those meters. So with all those extra charges, basically what you're saving on is $5 and, what is it, 60 cents per 1,000 gallons? So would you, 5.80 per 1,000 gallons, so you'd have to conserve, not use well under that 4,000 for an extended period of time to justify putting a meter in. And the meters that go in the sewage lines you can put in, it's all on your expense. That meter charge was plus the plumber to install it. And then the sanitary meters that go in, we allow those. There's several businesses that have them. But then they have to be calibrated every year. They have to be installed properly. So there's a huge upfront cost with those too. So you just have to weigh out how much you're going to save versus the cost of that meter and the maintenance of those meters.
All right, thanks, Brian. Anyone else wishing to speak from the public in support of the rate ordinance? Okay. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the proposed rate ordinance?
Chad Zartman, Warsaw. I would like to get more clarification on the mistake that I brought up at the last council meeting on the Lakeland Villa Apartments. And I don't know if I should be addressing you, Joe, or Jeff. I believe, if I got this right from the last meeting, that information is just passed to you.
You can address it to me.
Okay. The new data that you received, I would assume you received from the city, that information that was presented in that report on the cost of service study was inaccurate. You received updated information that, according to you, you missed a different address or bill, or who provided you that information?
Yeah, is that the only question?
That's just my only question for now.
Well, I just, why don't I go ahead?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's the first, I don't know if you have multiple questions.
Oh, yeah, I just do.
Just to, again, clarify what the issue at hand was. So when we prepared that sample bill, we went back to our cost of service study, okay? Our data within the cost of service study, which has not changed since day one. What we did is we looked at the bills under Lakeland Properties, okay? We did a sort, and there were bills under Lakeland Properties, and that's what we based our sample bill on, okay? What we discovered after that is that Lakeland is also billed under Lakeland Apartments. That's not the exact name, but Lakeland Villas, thank you, Lakeland Villas. So what we did when we discovered that, we went back to our consumer study, our cost of service study. We pulled out the usage from the Lakeland Villas, and we added that to the Lakeland Properties to come up with the average that we displayed tonight, which is right around 3,000 gallons per unit. So again, it was a mistake on my part with regard to showing the sample bill and the change in the sample bill, but in no way does it change the consumer study or cost of service study or the numbers that we provided here this morning or this evening. It was just a change in that, showing what the impact on the sample bill is. So that was how the information was derived.
Okay. Do you have any samples of those bills or from Lakeland, and the two different names? Or, yeah.
No.
Okay. I reached out to Karen, who runs Lakeland, just to get clarification on maybe how they're billed or how this mistake came about. And I asked her, do all your sewage bills for Lakeland come to Lakeland or two different businesses or addresses? And she said all to Lakeland. So the bills I have, I don't see an addressee on there, but there's 9 total on each month that's billed to them. 12 total bills? Okay. I've got 9 of them, about 3 different addresses. So just to clarify, you're saying that they're sent 2 different names, Lakeland Villa Apartments and...
Within the billing system, there are under 2 different entity names. One is the properties, and the other one is the villas. Yes.
Okay. May I ask, why did you choose Lakeland Villa? I noticed on the above examples, you use 4,000 in average, because I assume those weren't examples. Residential, the duplex, they weren't samples. Why, when you got to that line, did you want to use a sample? And are the other ones below that samples?
I don't believe they are. We just pulled there wasn't any particular rhyme or reason. We just pulled a mid-size apartment complex. We wanted to represent a mid-size apartment complex because those are built differently, or the impact would be different than a small apartment complex, okay? We simply, what I instructed our staff to do is go into the consumer study, find a mid-size apartment complex, and let's use that as an example for what the rate impact might be. So there wasn't any strategery or anything technical involved with making that decision. It was simply, let's pull out a mid-sized to larger apartment complex and let's show them.
Okay. Here's the public information requests I've done show most of them have a much higher usage than that. 5,000, 4,000, 5,000, sometimes even 7,000. That one seems to be on the low side, almost any of them that I pulled. And that's probably about 5 or 6 or so. And so it just feels like there was an incentive to show a low percentage increase. Originally a negative 11% decrease, and then now a 9% increase. Instead of basing it upon 4,000 gallons, you did on above examples.
asking a question?
No, I'm just,
I don't wanna.
no, I'm not, I'm
Is this
just.
appropriate?
No, the impact that we showed, I've explained this multiple times this evening, so I don't know how else other to explain it, other than we use that as an example. The numbers that we used, well, I've already explained that. At the end of the day, there's no incentive to show any different type of rate increase as an example. I don't know what we gain from that. I don't know what the city gains from that. So it's a simple mistake. I don't know how else to answer that.
My next question would be, I don't know that, I felt like I got a clear answer from Ron's question about the $2 million that maybe we've collected for future capacity expansion from cities that we've taken on their sewage. I kind of got that maybe we've spent some money out of our own fund to do some different things. Did we spend that full $2 million? Or I guess I have trouble understanding what the incentive is to take on additional cities' capacity, not keep that money maybe for future use for an expansion, and then it becomes put on the Warsaw taxpayers' back.
I don't understand your question. They're wholesale customers. Some of the wholesale customers have been directed to the community by IDEM because of their failed systems. And the city is providing wholesale rates. They're asking for upfront capacity payments to be able to handle future increases in their capacity. I don't know what else I can tell you.
Okay, I guess I'll make it more simple. Where's the money?
Where's what money?
The money that we've taken from Winona Lake and Leesburg for capacity that they used. Why is that money not used to then expand? Because we would need an expansion later down the road if we didn't have those
They paid
users.
for more expansion than they're actually using right now.
Okay,
And
but
all
they
the
took
money
some
isn't-
capacity.
All the money hasn't been collected yet. We're still collecting money from Winona Lake.
And what will happen to that money?
The money goes into the sewage works. Brian, you can answer that.
Goes into the operating.
It goes in, yeah, it's part of our annual revenue, and so we spend it for operating expenses, maintenance expenses, capital expenses. We have spent several million, I don't know the exact dollar amount, we have spent several $1 million out of our reserves getting to this point.
$7 million?
Yeah, I can explain it a little bit on the floor funds. The bond ordinances that are outstanding associated with the debt that the city has lays out a requirement as to how the floor funds within the sewage works is deposited in those funds.
So as I was saying, the bond ordinances that are in place with the existing debt that's outstanding lays out the requirements as to how the flow of funds works within the sewage works. And the way that lays it out, and I'm sure Randy can attest to this within the bond ordinance, but the first requirement is as the revenue comes in, and this could be any revenue, it could be capacity fee from a wholesale customer, it could be rates and charges that residential customers pay or businesses. Doesn't matter. All that revenue goes into the operation and maintenance fund. From that point on, there is a requirement that the city maintain at least 2 months of operation and maintenance expense within that fund. Any amounts that exceed the 2-month operation and maintenance fund then goes to the next bucket. That next bucket is the fund that is set aside for the repayment of the bonds, and that's referred to as a bond and interest account, okay? So first bucket is the O&M fund. Once that reserve is met, it flows to the bond and interest account. Once the bond and interest account fund balance is met, then it flows to the debt service reserve account, which is also a bond requirement. Once the debt service reserve account is fully funded, then it goes to the last bucket. That last bucket is the improvement fund. And those are the dollars that are set aside for capital needs, future plan expansion, those types of things. Now, along the way, over the last 15 years or so, or 20 years, there have, I'm sure, have been a lot of needs that the city has spent some of those dollars on. There have been capital needs a lot of capital needs per year. And I'm sure some of those dollars that have been collected from Winona Lake and Leesburg have been used to support capital needs out of the improvement fund. So in short, that's where the money ends up. It goes into the improvement fund, and that is used for capital-related type expenditures.
The last thing I have would kind of tie into what Mr. Babcock talked about slowing things down and the cost of service study and things like that. I had quite a long conversation this week with Luke Britt. I think Luke Britt sent a recommendation to the city about the cost of service study that didn't get released for about 6 weeks or so. And this is just some of the quotes from that conversation. Anytime you have a state agency taking notice of a local government issue, it's a big deal. When I took a look at that situation and I saw that the mayor had touted this cost study as being such a great thing and how it supports his decisions, my take on it is then, why the hell would you keep it private? I did feel that it was kind of a bait and switch. He put the column out there and then, oops, but we're not going to give you the study that all this is dependent on. So the mayor touts this cost study, but he's not telling us what's in it. You're not showing it to anyone until the last minute.
3.5 weeks.
3.5 weeks?
Yeah, last minute. I released that study based on what the statute said I can do, and if you go back to the statute, you'll understand that. 15, 14, 3, 4, 5, and 6 applied to that. And it specifically says records relating to negotiations between the Indiana Finance Authority won't be released until the negotiations are done. Jeff called me on Thursday and said those negotiations had been completed. I told him to write the final report on Friday, and it was out on Monday. I followed Indiana code to the T. I did talk to Luke Britt as well. I called him when the request was made in early September. I told him my council members didn't even have it. We had $5 million difference between the top and bottom costs to build that plant. Can you imagine if I would have put that study out with the low amount of the 26 million and it came in at 32 million? And the increase, how much fun would you have had with that, Chad? How much would you have set up bait and switch when I'm putting out a cost of service study, a draft where I have absolutely no idea what the bids are going to come in at? It's as simple as that. And I told Luke Britt, I called him, I said, I will not release that until we get the bids in, until we're done dealing with the Indiana Finance Authority. And he said, that's fine. And whatever conversation you had with him, that's fine with you too. But I have an email that he sent back to me after you disingenuously used that letter to attack just about everybody in this room. And I take personal offense to it, Chad. So whatever thoughts you have tonight about coming out here and saving yourself, I don't think it's going to work.
I'm not trying to save myself.
Well, I think you are.
So you disagree with Luke Britt's ruling?
There was not a ruling.
There's
no ruling.
You disagree with his opinion?
I talked to him.
He put out
no ruling.
He put out a recommendation.
There was no ruling. I told him on the phone I'd do it again if I had if I was waiting on a $5 million bid to put in that cost of service study to finalize it. I would not release that draft until the information was in. I told him that. I called him as soon as I got the request. I talked to him about it, told him that's what I was going to do.
So is that a yes, you disagree with his
It's not a yes
opinion?
or a no, Chad. You want me to read the email I got last Monday before you all came in and had a good time with this?
I can read more of.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention. As I mentioned to the mayor, I can't control what's posted on social media. However, I can't state strongly enough that we do not sanction or reprimand. There was no sanction, there was no reprimand. It was merely a letter talking about draft reports. The post is inaccurate to the extent that the purpose was to make suggestions as to how to approach a situation from a public access perspective. Our office is merely advisory in nature, and it erodes the purpose of what we do by taking our recommendations out of context and distorting them as punitive as opposed to educational. That's directed to you. I'm indeed incensed that my out-of-context work product is being used as personal or political leverage. And I'll provide a copy of this if you'd like.
Sure. He did put out a recommendation, though.
No recommendation.
No recommendation.
No recommendation.
That letter's not a recommendation.
That letter's not a recommendation.
What is it?
Do you want me to read it again, Chad?
No, I want you to tell me what it was.
Okay. To the point of.
Luke is
public-
there to advise governments.
Chad, can I
good
interrupt you?
government.
Just for a minute, Chad? Just to the.
I'll read it
point-
again if you'd like.
Mayor, to the point of the public hearing, this is kind of confusing the issue. I'd like to know what you think about the sewage rate ordinance. I mean, we're where we are at. You've had, the information was released when it was. So I want to go way, way back to your point that I think you started to make, which was that are you recommending to the council that we delay a decision because you don't feel the public had enough time to study it? Is that what your point is?
I believe that's my opinion and others.
I just,
That there wasn't enough time. I guess.
because it's
we
just,
won't get into
it's
that.
getting confusing as to what you're sharing with us, and we need input from you to help us make a good decision, so.
Yeah, there wasn't enough
arguing
time. It
about
was
when you got
released
stuff,
a
we
week
just-
before the first reading, on a Friday, maybe a week and a couple of days, okay?
So you feel that the council didn't have enough time, or the public didn't
The
have enough?
public didn't have enough time.
To clarify. So the public didn't have input in that first meeting?
Right.
And then they've had 3 weeks to get input to us. I'm just clarifying so I know what you're thinking.
Right,
I'm not
right.
trying to trip you up. I just
No,
want to know.
that's fine. I'm pretty hard to trip up.
I just want to get back to the point of the public hearing, which is for you to provide information to help us make a good decision. So that arguing back and forth is not helping us make a good decision, so I'm just
Right,
trying.
right,
okay.
I understand.
Now,
Okay,
set the
so,
record straight.
Yeah, I understand, but I just
okay,
want to.
Diane,
Okay.
I've been involved now for 2.5 years. I've seen this happen. Actually, it goes back to the trash. I've seen it happen in trash. I've seen it happen in fire station. I've seen it happen last year's sewage ordinance, and now I've seen it this year. The fire station and both sewage ordinance, they're always brought in November or December. And then the same tactics are used against U7 that we're under the gun. This needs done. We got to get this done before the end of the year. Instead of bringing this out in, say, August, to where you have more time. And I've went back and listened to the tapes, and I've heard Jeff Rowe and Barnes and Thornburg say the same thing, that we need to get it done, we got to get the advertising out, we have to get the bond done over those three instances. On trash, we purchased a trash truck and the cans before you guys approved an ordinance that needed to support that trash truck, okay? I personally feel it's unfair to the 7 of you to be pressured the same way every time we have a bond that needs done and not give you more time and not feel pressured to get things done maybe right, maybe the way that more people feel like they've been treated fairly.
Okay,
And currently, that's not happening.
okay, thanks for that comment.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hi guys, I'm Ashley Finney with Quick Clean Laundry located on Winona Avenue here in Warsaw. I'm not here at all to argue or debate. I just want to express how this increase will affect our business and in turn directly affect our customers. I've been following this issue from the start and I understand that an increase may be a necessity as we are at capacity. What I don't understand is why the increase is different based on location. So from the beginning, me as a consumer, I heard that in this very room, that it will be an across-the-board increase. Across the board is defined as something having an effect on everyone or everything equally, and that is not the same thing we are hearing in this very room today. We're hearing it will be higher for Warsaw than for anyone else. We're hearing it will be higher for small business than for anyone else. Let me share with you how it will potentially affect our business. For the 2018 year, the lowest sewage bill that we at Quick Clean saw was $853.86 in 1 month. Sorry, I'm nervous. The highest that we have seen is $1,147.66, and this was the last month that we just paid. Our machines in our store are used on average 19 times a day. The size of the machine ranges from your standard home style top load machine costing $2.25 to run, up to the commercially sized machine capable of doing 80 pounds of laundry, which is $8 to start. I've kind of roughly broken it down, how many times each machine is used per day, and I won't bore you with all of the ins and outs of that. For the sake of time, just use your imagination. We make our money 25 cents at a time. So providing a service primarily to low-income families, rental communities that are already financially hardest hit in Warsaw. We took the loss on the bottom dollar with the last increase, and I can't afford to do that again with this one. With this rate increase, we will most definitely have to increase our price per machine at our facility. I can't speak on behalf of the other 2 laundries in town, but I am sure that they won't be able to avoid it for very long either, if at all. So please consider our small business when you make your decision, a small business that's been here in Warsaw for 3 generations, a small business that employs 9 families that live in this community as well. Please remember that our billing is currently $1,147 a month. I'm afraid to even consider what it will look like after the second increase. So please consider an across-the-board increase, making it more equal from town to town. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Tom Lehman from Canterbury House Apartments. I like the fact that you brought up some of the data. That helped. That really did. I like the fact that you brought up cost of doing business. That's important. To clarify a little bit on the apartment, the variable you didn't put in there was occupancy. You're basing that on 100% occupancy. Average is about 91, about 87 to 91 on there. Using my occupancy, my increase is gonna be about 14% for apartments. It's gonna be costly. Do we need it? Yes. Yes, we do. How to pay for it? Let's talk. The base charge, could we not consider that an admin charge? Not really a use, but it's an administrative charge?
It's a collection system charge.
Right, but it's fixed. It's not variable. So that's an admin. The only variable is the flow on there, correct? Okay. I mean, sell it. Don't just announce it, but sell it. Business, that's what we do in business, is explain it. The data was there. I wish my rents went up 31% since 2008. It hasn't happened. It hasn't happened. Actually, year over year, I get a 2.5% increase year over year. Gives me roughly around about 15. So about half of that. Again, Warsaw, 41% rent in town. The difference between what I do with IUCDA and Section 42 housing, which is affordable, versus the market rate, that gap is widening. The rents are going up in market rate, where mine are maxed out. I can't go up anymore. So that's gonna tell my people, instead of putting another 80-unit property in here, it's too costly. It's too costly. So think about that, sell it. Let's sell it. I agree, I think a little bit of time. I'd love to sit down and do some number crunching. I would enjoy that. I think that would give more enlightenment. I've got 3 years of sewer, water, and metered. Everything's metered individually to the apartments that I gave Cindy, so the data's there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and I did take a look at all that data, and kind of to address what you were asking, Dwayne, too, I guess I just have some reservations, not about the need for, the expansion, not about the need for the increase, but maybe just more discussion within the different parameters, the different classifications and everything. It's very eye-opening when you sit down and look at all of the different bills from the different apartment units, and to address the occupancy and that type of thing too.
Anyone else?
And Dwayne, to answer you, on my part, I've listened to my constituencies, and I agree. I don't disagree that we don't need this. It's how we're doing it, how we're paying for it. I would like to see a little more time to work through some of these bugs. But it's not that I don't think we need it.
Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? Either way?
One more question, Joe.
Yes, sir.
If we pass the ordinance as it is there a chance that if we do the fine tuning, it can be amended?
Yes.
I defer to our legal counsel as well as our finance consultants. I don't know why you couldn't, you would have to amend the ordinance, is my understanding.
Yeah, so an ordinance could be amended at any time. So certainly there's opportunity down the road. But again, the ordinance does have to be in place before we can actually close the bonds. So it's, from a financing standpoint, it is important to move forward with of course, anytime an amendment would be considered, you'd have to go through the process, the standard process of adopting ordinance, just like we are here.
Have you ever seen a tax amended downward?
I think that happened recently under Trump.
I think, Dwayne, too, that was germane to my comment, that I don't think that we should pass this and think this is gonna sit there for 10 years. I don't think that, we don't have data from a year's worth of the new billing to know where we're at. And so I do think that it needs to be looked at on an ongoing basis. I do think we need input. I think, several of us up here have talked about that we are not wanting to do what's been done in past practice. UMBUC sends us this great report twice a year, and for the last 10 years, it said your billing is adequate to support your, what you're doing. And so that was great, except that we weren't thinking ahead. I mean, I'll be the first to admit, we weren't thinking, oh, we're gonna have to expand, so what about in our billing is built in there in order to fund that, or are we suddenly going to have a big expense, which is what we have right now, is a big expense. So that was one of the things that I asked earlier on in the meeting, because initially I was advocating to build in an automatic increase. And they recommended wisely, I think, that we look at our data and see what we have after a year before we make that kind of decision about what the right kind of increase would be in this situation. Because we would just be throwing a dart right now to say, oh, let's just build in a 1% increase right now. If we don't need it, then we don't need it, but maybe we need a 1.5, and we honestly don't know. So I think that it's on us sitting right here to continue to monitor this situation, and on reports we get from UMBA to say, you're okay like here, but if this comes up or whatever, I mean, we need to look at those kind of reports with a little bit more discerning eye than we have, and not just say we're breaking even, because we weren't saving for expansion. And so I think that's what we need to look at in the future. So is it perfect right now? No, I think we would all sit up here and say we're not sure that it is, but we think right now we've got the most equitable thing that we can right now in order to move forward to meet the current need, and then we need to continue to look at this.
Diane, it's interesting, because I remember having the same conversation back in 2008, and Kyle, you probably remember it as well. We were faced with the same situation of increasing and not wanting to wait 10 years, like most communities kick the can and don't want to do step increases every year. They wait till they need it, and then they pass the big increase, and that's what's happened. But we had this discussion, I distinctly remember back in 2008. Jeff, you were there as well. The council said, let's do this every year so we don't have to get to the point where we have to have these big increases. And, at the time, everybody thought that was a great idea. It didn't happen. I certainly listened to this same conversation as we did 10 years ago, and I have no problem with the annual reviews. We get the reports. There's tweaks that need to be made. Cost of service study won't change. But again, it's looking at potential usage. Jeff, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just one thing to add to that. I think we mentioned this last time, as part of the SREP program, actually statutorily, anybody who borrows from the SREP or has a new wastewater treatment plant permit is now required to do a 20-year asset management plan. And that includes a financial 20-year plan. So this, as part of this financing, what we're going to be doing, what the city will be doing is, from an engineering standpoint, look at all your existing assets and also take into account future growth and estimate what your future needs are for those capital costs. And from a financial standpoint, look at a year-by-year plan in terms of how you're going to pay for that. So and that's something that has to be certified, presented to the SRF before the last draw on the construction project. So within that plan, that's going to be doing exactly kind of what you're alluding to, and that is, what would our rates need to be every year, taking into account assumptions for financing and rate cash flowing? What would our rates need to be each year? What would the adjustment need to be in order to pay for those future capital needs over the next 20 years? So I just wanted to reiterate that again, that is going to be a study that's required by the SRF program.
Thank you.
The layman in me, though, says, when we first approved the plant expansion, Joe, when we were on the council, and then you take a look at the almost 20 years, because we've been blessed with commercial, residential, and industrial growth, and we had the capacity with the new plant, we didn't have to look at raising the rates. Things were going very, very well. And for me, Judge, to tell you 10 years ago, Judge, I think I'm going to raise the rate because 10 years from now we may need something. I don't think that's the right way to do it as a representative. It should be on a need basis. And right now, short and long term, I'm seeing there now is a need because we have been so fortunate. Thanksgiving on Thursday, we should be thankful for all of the development and growth that's occurred, which has kept that rate locked in for 10 years. That's a layman talking. I probably need corrected, but that's why we're here today, because we are making major changes. And let's not forget what Jeff said about an hour ago. This is also a major overhaul in how we are billing. And the way we are overhauling it is far better than just everybody's going to pay the same amount. Everybody's going to pay the same amount. We still have flies in the ointment because it's not a perfect situation. But these are steps, short-term and long-term. I believe we still need to work it out. We met with one, I was with you, with one manager of an apartment complex. We still need to work through these things. But this is a good situation that needs to be acted on short-term. Just does.
And it's really difficult because we're not raising rates, but our revenue's going up because we're growing.
Yeah.
So why would we raise rates if we anticipate growth? The whole idea is to grow, to keep the rate down.
Yep.
And that's essentially what happened until all of a sudden you face a $30 or $40 million project. You get $10 million in the ground of pre-1900 sewer pipe. You got a capacity, you're at 101% of the sewer. It's time you have to do something. Is it painful to do it all at once? Yes, it is. But, those reports that we were getting quarterly for a while, our revenues did support, rates and charges did support the utility because of the growth. That increased growth increased our revenues. We didn't need to increase. Why would we increase unless we need to? Now we need to. We're still going to be below the state rate. But it's time. It's absolutely time to do it.
And there is a burden. You mentioned the $10 million for infrastructure. Perspective, I heard 90,000. Did I hear that? 90,000? That's 300 football fields of failing infrastructure. 300 times back and forth. And that is just a very small percentage of the entire community. I bet more is going to have to be done. It's our responsibility.
Brian, we had a failure today. We had a sinkhole today.
Yeah.
Same thing. It doesn't stop.
And so these costs, we're going to have to continue to examine today and as we move forward. I look forward to that charge. That's our responsibility for all of the people that we're here to represent.
Anyone else before I close the public hearing portion of this? I appreciate all the comments tonight. Mr. Brand?
Bill Grant, I live at 23 Fairley. I was in the apartment business for 40 years. Okay? And I can tell you, when you start looking at raising your rates, if I went in one year and said, I gotta raise your rate $25 a month, I clean out everything. They just disappear. So I believe we really need to do this. And I think it's a shame, and the folks that did not step up and deal with this in years past ought to be held to task. But we have to do something now, so let's do it. I would like to, if I were still in the business, and by the way, I sold it, so I'm out, but if I were still in the business, because of the rate increment, I would like to see that in steps, so that as a landlord, I could deal with that. Okay, because you're talking about a pretty big jump for some of the folks that live in the lower end housing. So I think being considerate of it, which is what I heard you talking about, is a good idea. Okay?
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll close the public hearing portion of the meeting, and we'll kick it back to the council. Any thoughts, questions?
I have a question for Mr. Rao. Has anyone ever, a municipality, have they ever come in with a lower rate and ramped it up over a couple of years? Is that ever done? I know we have to service the bond, I know we have to meet all our financial obligations, but have you ever seen that done?
Yeah, it can be done in certain circumstances, it can be done. It depends, it's circumstantial. It depends on how much the municipality is catching up with where they should be, perhaps maybe not raising rates in the past, and some of that has to do with that. Has to do with sometimes the cash position of the utility, whether it's a strong cash position or a weak cash position. Also it has to do with the debt, the amount of debt that you're taking out. Also has to do with the type of financing you're doing. If it's an open market versus an SRF or USDA type loan. So to answer your question, yes, it happens. We see it happen. There are certain circumstances where we can make a recommendation to consider that, and there are other circumstances in which we don't. So with this particular circumstance, we felt with the amount of the dollars that we borrowed here, 31 million, 10 million last year, that in order to maintain a strong cash position, considering all these changes that are going on within the billing system, transition to meter grade, all these changes that we've talked about tonight, that it would be in the city's best interest to move forward with the rate increase elements versus spreading it out.
Thank you. Diane, are you going to keep this rate task force together and review this as we move forward? Any plans to do that?
You mean, certainly, I'm not in charge of the council, I'm just your representative as your president, but I think I'm hearing from you all that you would like for this task force to stay together and continue to look at things. Is that concurrence?
Yes, and I would really like to perhaps include a couple apartment managers, landlords, or different classifications, small business, whatever, just to kind of get perspective, because, well, I learned a lot of things, like the occupancy rate, the fact that they have leases with their tenants, and so if we raise the rates January 1 and they've signed a lease starting November 1st, they can't make any changes. So, and those are things that we maybe as lay people don't always take into consideration.
Cindy, it's like we talked, I think, during that meeting, it would help us represent all the stakeholders better. I'm, like we have talked before, I'm more in favor of acting on it. Let's go, continue to gather data, work on it. I appreciate your concerns, but I would like to trust this board, the current administration, and how about this community that we represent, that would be able to help us work through these things. My opinion that I've shared with you before. Thanks, Cindy.
I would have to agree with you, Jeff. Last year, as you all know, I was quite vocal on this issue, and we all know that this has to be done. We don't have a choice. We have a looming deadline. Brian, phosphate, I'm sorry. Yeah, we have a deadline looming. We have to be there. We have to meet that deadline. So we don't have a choice. And I said last year several times, you know, I am not willing to sacrifice a good ordinance for a perfect ordinance, because I don't know that there is such a thing as a perfect ordinance. But we have to start somewhere, and that's why I asked you if we can maybe go and review this on a periodic basis. I think it's important, and it sends credibility out to our constituents. They send us here to do the best job to represent them and to make sure that this city functions in their behalf. And we would be negligent in our duties if we did not do that. I was told when I first came on this council, I got a phone call, and somebody said, "You guys have a lot of hard decisions coming up. You're going to be faced with a sewer issue." And I didn't know what he was talking about. He was right, and here we are today. And this project has to move forward, has to. If we don't, we stop growing, and I don't think anyone in this room wants that. Thank you.
Diane, one of the things that has excited me about this council over the past 3 years has been its willingness and desire to get involved in some of these, we'll call them ad hoc committees that seem to never go away.
Yeah,
Because
appreciate that, yeah.
because once we get into them, we realize that not only is there something that we need to fix now, but we have to keep an eye on and keep adjusting as we move forward, so that we don't end up in the same mess 5-10 years from now that we just dug ourselves out of. So I'm in favor of another committee. You know, we're looking at a number of them now. I think we got 3, 4, maybe 5 lined up now
Keeping notes.
that are all in addition to all the boards and commissions that we're already on. But it seems like we get some real work done when we're doing that. As far as the perception that we're rushing this, I would just like to say that members of the council here have been under the gun on this for well over a year, actually, and we've actually been discussing this particular part of it since before July.
December 2017.
However, we didn't have the numbers. That takes an amount of time to get together, to give us accurate data. 3.5 weeks may sound like a quick amount, you know, like not enough time to really to look into it. But I also think that if you sit on numbers too long, they become obsolete. I think we've been approaching this pretty steadfast. We've been plodding along and trying to get it done in a certain amount of time. We knew that we had this vote that was going to be coming up at the end of this year. And like any good project manager, you start with the end date in mind and you work back to what has to be started and when. Isn't that the way you do it, Brian?
Yeah, we've got a whole schedule, and it dates clear back to July, August, where these steps had to fall into place.
And one of the things that I would like to thank Umball for was coming up with that calendar earlier in the year, giving us certain milestones that we needed to stay on task. So actually, it's not quite as hectic this year as it was last.
If I may comment on the calendar, I think just from a calendar standpoint, what's driving the train, you recall we were here earlier in November for the bond ordinance was adopted on the 5th, the meeting prior, and I can't remember the date now, maybe it was the 19th of October, I can't remember the date.
6th.
The second meeting in October, when the bond ordinance was introduced, it had a much higher,
I was thinking
$35 million number that we were using for a not to exceed amount, and some of you objected to that, and rightfully so, but we were trying to explain that that was based on a high side number because we didn't have the engineers, we didn't have the bids in hand, we had the engineers' estimates. And so really, from a timing standpoint, the work on the rates couldn't be done until the bids were received, and that translated into a bond financing. And so the calendar that started earlier in the summer, really a large measure of it, for better or for worse, was the engineers putting together the bid packages, the plans and specifications for the plan. As soon as those bids came in, turned to do the numbering, the figuring, if you will. We prepared the ordinances, and so it really, well, it seems a short period of time, it was really based on the timing of when those bids were received. And you could say, well, the bids should have come in earlier, we should have gotten the bids in August. Well, then if that happens, those bids, and somebody's email just said, those numbers do in fact get stale. They are only good for 60 days?
It's base construction market, it's not.
Right, and if you ask for bids to be held for up to 120 days, your bids would be 20% higher. And so there is a narrow window, for better or for worse, from when you actually get good bids to when the bonds have to be closed and issued, and work can begin after that. So from a timing standpoint, it did sort of fit together, but admittedly, there's a period of time when you are asked as a council to act based on the numbers that are presented to you, based on the bids that are received, based on the work the engineer had put together. And so it all sort of does fit from the schedule standpoint, for better or for worse.
Well, then even from the financing, as I referenced earlier, up until just 3 weeks ago, Jeff, you called me and said we're still dealing with the debt structure with Indiana Finance Authority. You told me that we actually, the way that the debt structure finally worked out, you actually saved the city $200,000 by negotiating with IFA. So, again, those are the issues that you can't do a debt structure until you have the number, until you have the bids, until you have the engineering. This project has been going on far longer than we're being led to believe tonight. We've known that this has been an issue for 2.5 to 3 years. And we started with the I&I study, again, to try and minimize, if we could minimize the amount of I&I getting into the system, we could have delayed this project. But we couldn't, because there were no point sources of infiltration. It was a systemic issue. We tried to kick the can on the project, we couldn't. Then we were notified that there was going to be a phosphorus situation. So the engineers started in on, all right, let's try and get this, the collection system done. This was 2 years ago that those plans were put together, that engineering was done, those projects were bid out. And the construction is still going on. There's no way that we could have increased this any quicker. Again, you listen, the bids are good for 60 days. Well, they have to be engineered before you can send a bid out. And then you have to have the number before you can do the debt structure. And then you have to do that before you can do a rate ordinance. There's an awfully lot to it, and that's why we've got people that know what they're doing and are experts at it. Is it easy? Heck no, it's not easy. I asked for if anybody was in support of the rate ordinance. Heck no, nobody's in favor of a rate ordinance.
Actually, I spoke.
Thank you. Glad you reminded me of that. So, I mean, the issue here is that nobody's holding a gun to anybody's head. You know, I'd suggest that if we're not able to meet this Indiana Finance Authority state revolving fund by December, what is it? 15th. So we figured we got about a $5 million savings over the life of the loan rather than having to go out on the open bond market. If someone wants to jeopardize that, I'll say that we've done all we could to get it done and to save money and to keep this increase as low as we could. So,
I'd like to make just, maybe one other point too. And thank you, Randy, for backing me up there. Judge, when you talk about, sewer meters, I think that's something that maybe we do need to look at. But it's also something that, Randy, would that change our timing if we started looking at that right now? Probably, I mean, that's a very complex thing, I'm guessing.
I think
And
people, and Brian would know better than I mean, companies that are using sewer meters are paying for it themselves because they want to have a better sense of what they're actually,
I mean, we'd be back to another cost of service
Well, and I think-
study, most likely. But it's something that we should maybe look at, and that would be part of our committee going forward. Just as we did with the sprinkling credit. I just ask that you trust us that we'll work on it and move forward with it. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I think that's important. I think tonight has been represented as a last chance, or that this council isn't going to continue to look at this, or that we're not going to continue to want to hear. And I want to thank everybody that came tonight. And I know it's not easy. It's kind of scary to talk up here, or to talk to us. We're all sitting here, all these people are sitting here listening to you, but we really do appreciate hearing from you, because it's not what we do on a daily basis, so we need to hear from those of you that are affected on a daily basis. I appreciate everybody that's emailed, that's called, that's stepped forward to give us information, because it's important that we have as much information as we can going forward. And I think it's also our responsibility, as you mentioned, Cindy, to solicit some of that information too. Because we don't know everything, and we need the whole community to make a good decision. And I like what you said, Mike. I think we've got a good ordinance, as I stated right from the get-go. It's as equitable as we can make it right now. Do I think it's perfect? Do I think we're done working on it? No, I don't think so.
But we have to pass.
But we need to, yeah. So I guess with that, I'll make a recommendation that we approve 2018-1109.
I want to second that.
the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
$5 million is a lot of money.
John, do you have something to say?
I don't disagree with what we have to be doing. I disagree with how we're doing it. I don't think my vote's going to matter. I've had people in my district tell me they might go out of business. And I've heard that people will move also. I'm just perplexed about this, why we can't work some of these things out instead of betting on the come on this thing. So, but I don't think my vote's going to matter anyway.
Well, I guess I'm just curious what your solution would be.
Well, a little more time to talk to some of these landlords, to talk to these businesses and work out the matter now. I understand it's impossible now if we reach that December 15th deadline.
Well, I think the council suggested that, these conditions, these can be ongoing discussions.
I understand.
But I don't know that you're going to change the methodology of the cost of service study and keep it valid. So I guess that's my question, is how do you arrive at a rate that's going to make everyone in this room happy? And Diane, you said it. It's good, but it ain't perfect, and I'm not sure we're going to find perfect. But you've got to use a methodology that you can, when the IURC wants to know how you arrive at these rates, you got to have a methodology. And Jeff, I assume this is pretty much where we're at. I mean, there's nothing else. I don't know how we can change that. Anyway.
Anybody else have a
Ron, I
comment?
appreciate your comment. I understand. Did I wish that there was a larger increase of smaller businesses? No. I think I talked to some of you. I did look back on the old 2008 or 2005 cost of service study. Winona Lakes rates went up 60%. And there was some discussion that night at the council meeting. And the residential rates were lower, and the rates were all over, but again, they were based on sound methodology. And I guess I'm taking that to the SRF bank.
So do I understand correctly that even if we study this, we can't change it because we'd have to do another cost of service?
All I'm saying is, it's the methodology. It is what it is, and that's
Yeah.
what we've been presenting.
And we've been studying it for 2 years. I mean, at some point, you've got to,
Oh, this didn't start
you've
then.
got to make a decision.
We wouldn't necessarily have to do another cost of service study run, but we might have different data to plug into the study that's already done, and that would be what would change the rates.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, we've taken the data that we
Yeah.
fortunately had a year to collect.
Yeah, we had a year to
And-
collect, and now we'll
in a
have
few years, if
a
there's-
year on our new system to collect and look at it, yeah. And I think you recommended that it might be 2 years before, I mean, it might be like a calendar year from now, when we have another year's data, that we can make a good decision. And I don't want to just rush from decision to decision,
Right.
but I don't want to sit on my, you know what, and not do anything either well, so.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second, and any further discussion?
Call for a vote.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No, and I'm voting no just because I want to keep our feet to the fire. I want the project to move, but I do want to keep our feet to the fire to have further discussions.
So the ordinance passes 5-2. All right, we will take a 2-minute break. We've been here for 2 hours and 15 minutes. Anybody needs the restroom? We got 5 more items. Should go pretty quick. 2 minutes.
How long have we been here?
Yeah.
A minute for every hour.
We should get 2.5 minutes.
That's impossible for 20.
Randy? Randy? Did you get my voicemail where I told you what my email is? I'm in the process of changing my city and I didn't screwed up. So I haven't received it.
I've been to 3 of these meetings, and as my councilman, I hear you disagree a lot. I would like to hear solutions from you. That's what I expect. Thank you. Appreciate what you
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Well, but let me tell you, with these new emails, I could have accidentally done something.
No, I might have done it, because I didn't type it in.
Well, I'll get it to you as soon as I get it. I'll run it off.
I left with
I don't understand, but that's your vote.
It's not gonna change. Everybody can say all they want to, but it's not gonna change.
All right, thanks.
This is it.
We need it.
But we didn't have to be paid. This is the second class of service that the first one had.
Well, I mean, I think there's things that they need to work on, but this deal that they got.
Oh, I know. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. And they didn't have a vote to pass it. I knew that. So
Okay.
if it had been.
Okay, wussy boy.
See ya.
I don't see how you can put it together. I had to get done.
Get it started. All right, you guys be careful.
Drive careful.
Be in touch with it. Now what? Yeah, now what?
It's the game Friday night.
Okay, thanks, guys.
A minute for every hour we were here, huh?
All right.
You want to address this?
Did I hear that? Knock.
Move to
So is this live streaming going long enough to record the entire? Okay. All right, we got 45 minutes to get the rest of it done.
Very good. I know, we kept saw you moving around and kept moving back further.
All right, let's all come back.
He would never be able, because I would have bought it when everybody saw it.
All right, we'll move to item number 1 under new business. This is ordinance 2018-1110. This amends section 2240 of the Warsaw City Code. I'll ask the local, or city attorney, Mike Valentine, to explain the small change that's in this amendment to the code.
When we originally passed the provisions for a administrative law judge, which is interesting, we haven't used that term in years. It simply said that that judge would hear zoning matters. But then we had a hearing officer with Larry Clifford, as you recall. And Larry handled the business with regard to building code violations. All of that is now expanding. We've even got wastewater folks have matters which need to be adjudicated at that level. We also now have a very, very good hearing officer with Tom Earhart. He's really working hard. So in looking at that, Tom and I looked at that and decided to recommend to the council that rather than having the administrative law judge just simply handle zoning, the language was, will enforce violations of the Warsaw City Code as well as the Warsaw Building Code and treat him as the administrative law judge. So we're just kind of cleaning up some loose ends, giving authority where authority needs to be given, and being able to expand those kinds of hearings to accommodate some of Brian's stuff.
That makes sense.
So how does that person work with our code enforcement officer then?
Hand in glove.
Okay. So he would bring the issues to him when there's
Oh,
non-compliance?
yeah, they have hearings, look, they're
Yeah.
having hearings.
I mean, I know we
almost
have
every
hearings, but then this
Almost
would
every
give
month.
him
Yeah,
the
Dana,
right to be in that also.
Nine times a year,
Yeah.
during this time of month, it tends to drop off a little bit because of the holidays, so we usually skip December or January, and then February, so roughly 9 times a year we have.
Okay.
So again, essentially what you're doing is expanding his ability to enforce the building code.
we're expanding it, we're kind of defining what he's already doing and making sure that we're lined up.
All right, questions?
I move to approve ordinance 18-1110.
Second. Yep. Go
Any
ahead.
further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Is there a motion to suspend the rules to consider ordinance 2018-1110 on second reading with the unanimous decision here tonight?
I would make a motion to suspend.
I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion?
Now, is this a vote on?
To suspend?
To
Suspend
suspend?
the rules.
And then
That's
we'll
all
have
he has-
another one on the?
Yeah, that's all he
Okay.
has to do. Good.
So there's a motion to suspend the rules been made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
With that passing, I move to pass ordinance 18-1110 on second reading.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, thank you.
Mike, just to clarify, the motion to suspend didn't have to be unanimous, did it? Okay,
2/3.
that's what I thought, I just want to make sure.
All right, resolution 2018-1105. This is essentially the line 2 cuts that have been solicited and received by the department heads. Total $950,000. These dollars will be unappropriated, if you will. They're line 2 cuts, and they won't be appropriated. They will stay, generally go to the line 11s as we navigate the 1782 notice.
Reserves.
So, are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve 2018-1105, accepting these line 2 cuts in the amount of $950,000?
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Jeremy, second reading, Scruggs annexation ordinance. You'll note we had the public hearing at the last meeting. The fiscal plan has been presented and approved. It's now up to your final decision to annex this territory. Jeremy, anything to add?
Not much. This is the final step after annexation. The advertisement will go in the paper, and then we'll record the annexation ordinance, and it'll take effect. On the effective date that's in the ordinance, I think, is sometime in late December.
Questions? Okay, is there
So moved.
action that needs to be taken on 2018-1106, second reading? Who made the motion? Ron, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Jack. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, Cindy, there's a couple more here.
Jump in there
There's a
fast.
couple more here.
Second, third,
All right.
Not fast enough.
Item number 4, this is the County Farm Road Track 1, the Williams. This again is the second and final reading of the ordinance for annexation. Jeremy, anything to add?
Same process. It'll take effect mid-December after the advertisement and the recording of the ordinance. And you have maps showing you both track 1 and track 2.
Jeremy, I'll need a shrunken down map then for these.
Yeah, for the,
My district just grew.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay. A motion to approve 2018-1107. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, and the last item, item number 5, the second reading of the County Farm Track 2, which is the Eisenhower Miller ordinance. Again, this is the second and final reading of the ordinance for annexation of that tract of land.
I'll
Jeremy,
make a
please.
motion on that one too, since it's
Jeremy, you have anything to add? Okay. All right.
Are you trying to get a bigger district here, Mike?
Yes, yes, I'm trying to compete with you.
I'll second it. If it's not already been seconded.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Diane, we'll move on to item 6 here. This would involve council reappointments to the redevelopment commission. Turn it over to you.
Okay, our 2 council appointments at this point are Mike Clondaris and
Rick Snodgrass.
Rick Snodgrass, and so we called Rick just to check on his health and if he wanted to continue, and he would like to continue for 1 more year. He said this is his last year, but he would like to be appointed again, and Mr. Clondaris has agreed to represent us again, and so I would ask for the council's consensus that these 2 be appointed.
And Rick brings a lot of knowledge to the table. He's such a great guy.
Is this for the redevelopment?
Yes.
This is redevelopment, yes. So, can I just see a show of hands, if that's okay, council? Okay, so unanimously, they've approved those appointments.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Other matters that may come before the council.
Have a great Thanksgiving, everybody.
All right, visitors' questions and comments?
Just a quick question. I have a question, Mike, maybe you can answer this, or maybe you can answer this, Joe. Is a public hearing required on the bond ordinance?
There was one.
There was, you're saying there was a public hearing on the bond ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Actually, it was at the last meeting, or the meeting before, I'm sorry.
It was 2 meetings ago.
2 meetings ago.
Okay. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Hey, Hey, don't move.
Is there a
stuff.
second?
Second.
I'll second. All right, thank you.
We got lots of stuff to sign.
Member Simmons.
Don't move, kids.
You gotta sign one, sign part of your name of that.
No.
And then, and give them out, right?
Do you like your new pen?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Compliments of the fire territory.
Yeah.
I didn't send in my pen.
Good job.
Thank you.
Any too small?
Jeremy, when can you start building homes out there?
I'm just glad the public thinks we move fast. I'm in my office beating my head against the wall, trying to get stuff moving, and they think we're moving fast. We must be doing something right, if we're moving that fast.
I'm turning this off.